Morning, everybody. All right. Today we're anchored in Anaho Bay. There's not a lot going on board other than cleaning up and everything. But we'll be live for a couple hours just to check in with you. We're just working around the boat, getting things ready, but it is just beautiful here. So I'm going to put the cameras outside so that you can get a feel for the scenery. I'm also going to shoot some drone footage today, which I will post later today or maybe tomorrow, depending on when I get it done. This is one of the few places in the Marquesas Islands where there's a coral reef. There's a fringing reef around this entire bay, which means you have to be very careful not to run into it with your boat. And in fact, if you anchor too close to the shore, the locals will come out and ask you to leave because they're very protective of their reef, as they should be. Or not, they won't ask you to leave. They'll ask you to move farther out. And you'll notice when you see where we are, and certainly from the drone footage, that we're anchored relatively far out, and we're anchored in 50 feet of water, which is rare. I rarely anchor in water that deep. It's my preference to anchor shallower. As for example, you get when you're anchored, like I got 300 feet of chain out there, a little bit more actually. And so that means a big swing radius. There's a lot of boats here. It's crowded. Because in the middle of the night last night, I woke up and I came up to check, and we were actually swung about 180 degrees from where we are right now. So that means the boats to port were all of a sudden to starboard because we all swing. And we're all anchored pretty close to each other, so everybody swung over there, and nobody bumped into each other. Everything was fine. But still, good morning, Auntie Kim. Morning, Santa. Still, it always makes me nervous. But we're being very respectful of the reef and the locals and everything else here. So yeah, I'm gonna, like I say, we're just cleaning up around the boat, continuing to put things together. We might leave as soon as tomorrow and head to the next island. We haven't really decided for sure. We definitely want to do a harbor cruise and a harbor tour here in this bay before we leave. We'll talk about whether that's tomorrow morning or later today or whatever. We haven't decided any of these things. That's just how it goes. And yeah, tomorrow. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So Megan's saying we think she's suggesting we do the harbor tour tomorrow morning, which I think makes sense. Meaning it's high now, and it'll be better if it's low, is what you think. Oh, got it, got it, got it. Yep, I understand. Um, yeah, it's really interesting here. We were out cruising around in the dinghy yesterday, and we actually hit with the prop at one point a piece of coral, which you want to avoid for lots of reasons. One, damaging the coral. Two, damaging your propeller on the dinghy. But man, you have to be vigilant. There's a very specific little approach. There's only one place that you can get into the beach. It's marked with buoys, but it took us it took us a hot minute to figure out what it was. Megan actually figured out what the approach was and saw it. But we still, it was the weather was not great. It was rainy, so we decided not to risk it. And we did not go in, but we learned the water a little bit. We bumped very briefly, so there's probably a little ding on the propeller for the dinghy.
Also, good morning, everybody. Also, Steve and I have been doing a lot of talking, and I mean, honestly, I love you guys, but it's just not sustainable to be live streaming 24 hours a day. You know, like, it's hard for me. Yesterday was a nice day off for Mother's Day. I got to enjoy Mommy's Day with the pugs. But, it's like hard. I can't walk out here with my zit cream on. Or like, I forget I have a towel on the other side and I, need to walk across and I'm just got out of the shower and I can't. Like, it's just, So we want to make it special. We want to make when we live stream special and really fun and engaging. Like I don't feel that it is that special when you guys are just standing watching me cook kitchen like dishes or food or whatever. So Steve and I are trying to figure it out. That's why we're not going to stream all day.
I think
today.
what we're getting at is we're interested in your suggestions, right? Like we streamed 24/7 coming across on the passage, and that was exciting every day. Just turning it on every day when we're sitting in an anchorage doesn't feel super exciting.
Well, and it's just not sustainable
you know,
for
but,
like our lives. Like, you know
yeah.
what I mean? And I'm be full disclosure because I'm an honest person. Like, I don't want to live in a fishbowl. I want to be able to live my life, but I also want to share the really fun moments. Like, we're going to have a lot of passages over the next 4.5 years from all the places that we go and all the anchorages that we're in with, you know, harbor cruises and like, you know, we have 89 countries that we're going to be visiting. So there's going to be a lot of action, but like, you know, when I'm brushing my teeth or cooking dinner, it just, to me, it doesn't seem, I mean, and I have to keep my own sanity too. You know, I want to be able to, yeah, I think you guys are where I'm going.
So interested in your thoughts. You know, what we think we're going to do is switch to more like, you know, now that we're not on active passage all the time, we'll probably shift to more like an event focused thing. We'll do scheduled harbor tours,
Also,
like scheduled, maybe sit down Q&A.
Tomorrow we'll be
chat.
in passage. We'll be in passage tomorrow for like 2 days. So that makes sense to live stream. You know, because we're sailing, we're out, we're doing things. It's active. You know, that makes sense. But when we're here, like just, you know, around the boat, like trying to, you know, do things, like trying to be productive on the boat, it doesn't. That's when it doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. The so we're you know, but it's funny, we can tell people even when there's not much going on, we can tell people come in and enjoy and everything. So yeah, the drone videos, we're definitely going to do more of that. I'm going to shoot that today. We're going to do a heart. So what we're thinking tomorrow morning is we'll do a yep, that's an option. Yep. Ani Kim says totally understand. So we're trying to find the right balance for us because honestly, we feel like we've created something special here. You know, like everybody enjoys it and coming in, and we love sharing all of this. So I think we're going to shift to like, hey, we're going to do a harbor cruise on this date and time. We're going to sit down and do a Q&A on this date and time. You know, things like that. So any thoughts, suggestions, ideas you guys have, let us know. And honestly, like, you know, what other channels do that you like that works well, that's fine.
Like, good example, like Steve, a lot of people have asked me about like some of the meals that I make and about like what boat provisioning looks like. So that seems like it would be a no-brainer to do, you know,
like a scheduled session on that. Yeah,
like,
that's
you
a
know,
good idea.
really interesting boat provisioning. And like Steve, maintenance stuff around the boat, and like, you know, he's like, you know, Captain Steve's sailing school is great, and like things like that. It's like that to me seems like it's way more engaging than me picking my nose.
So that's the plan. We're gonna be on today, and then we're gonna have I think we're gonna do a harbor cruise tomorrow that we'll schedule. I'm gonna look and see when is high tide. We'll schedule around that, and then more than likely we will depart tomorrow to sail to Uapua, I think is the name of the next island, which is kind of funny in itself. We'll live stream that, and I'm gonna try as much as possible, instead of just coming on and going live, I'm gonna try to schedule these things so that you guys know when we're doing what and can come on and, you know, plan around that if you want to see certain stuff. So that's the plan. That's sort of where we're headed with this channel. And questions, comments, thoughts are welcome.
To add on to that, Steve and I promise we'll be more respectful of everyone's time and be on time if we schedule something.
Yeah, that's true. We were hours late the other morning, and yeah. We didn't feel good about that, actually. I know there were people in the chat waiting for us to come in, and you know, we had a scheduled time and we didn't make it at that time, and we don't think that's great. So that's a good point, Megan. So anywho, we're watching the chat, and we'll be interacting with you as we go. I'm gonna go fly the drone and fix a couple things around the boat. We actually had the furling line fail So I need to do a little bit of research because I have several types of line on board, and I have one in mind. I need to make sure it's strong enough. It's pretty thin, which is good, but only if it's strong enough to do what I need it to do. So I think that's the first thing I'm going to work on, and actually I'll share that with y'all while I'm doing it too. So, but I need to go look up the breaking strength on that line first. So that's what I'm going to do now.
Hey Steve.
Yeah.
So I'm running low on the dog diapers.
Oh, I'll do
I
that.
just
I'll do
cleaned the
that.
water.
I'll do that today.
I rinsed the water like 3 times, so it's fresh, bleached.
There's
Shampoo.
soap and bleach in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, like I have one, and they're both you guys have their.
Understood.
Like, I'll just clean a couple.
No, I'm gonna do them right now. Oh, okay.
You know, I just can't. I know, buddy. I'm coming. I'm coming. I love you, buddy. I know. I know. I know. I know. I know. I know. Audience, a special treat's ready. All right, buddy. How are we feeling? Are we feeling better this morning? Are we feeling better? No. Why do you not like it? I love these treats. All right, let's try some more treats, different treats. All right, if you don't like these, buddy, then there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you, buddy. Are you okay, monkey? Got a sick pug today. Hey, Steve, did the French lady get back to you, the French government? Polynesian? Alright. Alright. Yeah, I saw that. Colonel, I think he's really sick. I know, buddy. I'm sorry. Come here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you don't feel good today. Your tummy hurt you? Does your tummy hurt you? Does your tummy hurt? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mr. Pickles, Colonel Mustard's tummy doesn't feel good today. I woke up this morning. I woke up this morning. Giving us a mini tour and I woke up this morning and the Colonel Mustard is sick. He doesn't feel good. I know, buddy. His tummy's not. He's not even eating treats. Oh. What's going on in Manhattan Beach? Steve, is there something going on in Manhattan Beach? Joshua just said, is your home okay in Manhattan Beach? Oh, earthquake. I'm sure it is. I would have heard. Oh yeah, that was in thanks for asking. It was in San Diego. So, I'm sure it's fine. Oh, and it's only when you grow up in California and you've been through like you've been through the Northridge earthquake, uh only 3.5 magnitude is like, it's nothing. But I appreciate your concern. 4.5 in Long Beach. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. I would have heard something. It was on May 10th, so it was yesterday. Yesterday. Says Manhattan Beach has had zero earthquakes in the last 24 hours. So I'm sure it's fine because I would have heard something by now. Yeah, I would have heard something by now. I have renters in it, so so yeah. Steve, there was a 4.5 magnitude earthquake in Long Beach. Well, and actually, it was in San Diego, but
Oh wow.
they felt it in Long Beach.
All right. That's kind of a normal day there.
I know.
Ow! Oh fuck.
Are you okay? Are you okay? Oh my God! I'm so sorry, Steve. Are you okay?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's alright, I got out before you got your full weight on it.
Okay.
It's okay.
That's what I was worried about. I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault at all.
I actually was moving out of the way for you.
Yeah. What I was coming in to say, hey, Auntie Kim, regarding the moderator offer, shoot us. I actually don't know. Is there a way to DM us? I know you can look on our profile and email, or if there's a direct message. But let's connect offline and chat for a little bit if you're still there. Let me know if you heard this.
All right, Steve, I'm gonna hop in the shower.
going on? The whole thing is frozen. Check, check. We seem to be frozen here for some. I've never seen this before. Check. What is going on? Justice Jane. I'm assuming no one can hear me. If you can actually hear this, somebody respond and tell me. Test, test. Oh, I think it got the cobwebs out. That's so funny. This whole thing, the whole console for streaming, we use this software called OBS Studio, and it was all frozen and the mic was not going through. I'm glad I didn't reboot because I guess it figured it out somehow. But anywho, glad you can hear me. Hi, everybody. Alrighty, I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I'm back here washing doggy diapers. I know that's exciting, exciting footage. By the way, everyone, we have a really cool episode dropping tomorrow. It's about 14, 15 minutes. And, oh, good, Auntie Kim, you are there. Did you see my note about shoot us a DM on Instagram? I just checked. YouTube doesn't have any kind of direct messaging. But Instagram, same handle. If you're not already following us over there, shoot us a DM there, and we'll connect. Hey, Joshua. Okay, glad everything is working. All right, I'm going to move the camera around a little bit. There you go. Now you'll see me out there working on this stuff. All right. In case you guys are curious, so all of that washing of the doggy diapers happens with seawater, raw seawater. And so I wash them all down, soap and bleach, and then I rinse them, and it ends up being like 4 or 5 times, all with seawater. And I do one final rinse with fresh water. So that hose is actually switchable. So now I can switch it over to pull water out of the fresh water tanks, which I'll do, and then one rinse just to get all the salt out. But then we're not using fresh water for all of the washing, which saves a lot. So in the category of how do things work on a boat, there you go. And honestly, that washdown pump is what it's called. I had that installed right before we left LA. And man, that was one of the best upgrades I've done. We use that thing all the time. I can't imagine not having it. Now I have to run the hose long enough to get all the salt water out and replace it with fresh water. And really the only way I can tell when that's done is to taste the water. Still salty. It takes a minute. Still salty. There we go. Now it's fresh. And so 5 gallons of fresh water out of the tank is a large amount. You know, when the tanks are full, we have about 140 gallons of fresh water on board, which is a lot, but it's not a lot at the same time. So that's one of the reasons why we do all the washing with raw seawater with just a final rinse with fresh. And I can probably get away with 4 gallons, it looks like. So there we go. One final freshwater rinse for the pugs. And then we'll hang them to dry. Actually, that might even have been less than 4 gallons, so pretty efficient. Still a little bit of soap. Man. Hard to get all of it. I think I've rinsed them like 5 times now. Boat life, man. All right. And then, like, I try to never waste anything. So I pour the fresh rinse water over the little doggy, grass pad. So never miss an opportunity to use water twice. Ah. Good idea on the boiled chicken. I'll make sure she sees that, Jackie. Thank you. Yeah, it looks like the Mac got everything all figured out, so that's good. Check the tides for tomorrow and figure out a time to do our live stream. And then when we go to the next island, that will be our last island in the Marquesas Islands. How about that? Then we will be off to the Tuamotus. Looks like high tide is tomorrow at, well, high tide is basically right now, and high tide tomorrow is at 12:23. So maybe we do like 10 or 11, which for LA is I already did this. I'm losing my mind. Meg and I are going to try to go to the restaurant because there is a restaurant on shore. We haven't had a restaurant meal for a while, so we sure would like that. Craig Powell, welcome back, my friend. Glad to see you. All right, and also just for folks that are out there, some of you may have been there the other day when we were chatting, both Sales Only, who's not here right now, his name is Steve, he and Auntie Kim sort of threw their hat in the ring and said, hey, we'd be, interested in being moderators. And Megan and we've been talking about it. We've got to the point where it would make sense for us to have some of those. So, other folks, if you have experience doing this, are excited about the channel and are interested in being considered for that role, you can shoot us an email. Just go to our, you can access the, on our YouTube homepage, you'll see the email there. And you can shoot us an email, and Auntie Kim, you can use that email too. And I guess, why not? I guess there's no reason not to just put it right here in the chat. I just don't know how much spam I'm gonna generate if I do that. Well, let's avoid. I don't know how many bots read that and steal that email and then spam the living hell out of us. So if it's something that you're interested in, let us know. Go to our homepage. Contact us via email. I know that's possible because that's what Steve did with Sales Only. So if anyone's interested, we certainly don't want to ignore anyone. But Auntie Kim and sales only brought it up the other day as an idea. So we're hashing through how this is going to work now, and we're learning as we go. So that's kind of where we're at.
Who are you talking to?
Colonel Mustard, the live stream.
Oh.
You look beautiful.
Thanks. I'm not there yet, but...
You're not? We got to try to go to the restaurant today. You're all done up? There's just still so much. Oh my God, that's insane. And I was just sitting here thinking, and you guys remember the first week we arrived right after we crossed the Pacific, and it rained every day, multiple times every day. I really thought, wow, is that just what this place is? Does it just rain every day, multiple times every day? Turns out no. We did get some rain yesterday. But man, that first week was crazy. Megan, wishing she had more cotton dresses. Colonel, how's that standing around going? Okay. With this weather, I'll have dry ones in a couple hours, I would guess. All right, drying is in process. High tide tomorrow is at 12:23, right afternoon, but I think we could do tour when it's halfway up, you know, like 10 or 11. I got to see how long the sail is to the next island. I don't think it's very far. Uapua. 34 miles. It's still 6 hours. Maybe we leave the next morning. In which case we could just...
Tomorrow, the day after.
Yeah.
That's fine.
All right. Then we can do the tour actually at high tide. Maybe go in and get lunch at the restaurant. And they'll even because it's 6 hours and we want to make sure we have plenty of margin to make sure that we get there in time.
you doing, buddy? You still feeling bad? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Craig, I see your comment. That makes sense. That makes sense. Sorry, I just came back and saw the chat. So yeah, if it's something you're interested in, contact us and we shall talk.
He wants to go potty. We want to go potty.
Um,
I'm coming, guys. There we go, monkeys. All right, you want to get going?
yeah. Well, I want to. I guess I don't have to do that now.
What?
You want to go ashore?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna fix the furling line on that thing, but I don't have to do it now.
Okay. Well, let me go finish what I'm doing.
And what's next? You're gonna stay in the Marquesas for a month and then head down? Are you spending a whole season in French Polynesia, or are you gonna go later?
No, no. We're trying to follow your route
Okay.
of beetling through French Polynesia.
Good.
And then we're actually not sure what's going to happen.
Yeah.
You know,
Hey, babe, the Ocean Posse call is on if you want to join. It'll be short, then we'll go.
no, they won't be flying in. So they are in contact.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And have you made some good friends along the way yet?
Well, we were in Mazatlan, so we missed out on the cruise Banderas route.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm on WhatsApp, and I know some people, and we know some boats that went through Mazatlan, but not an awful lot.
Got it. Well, the next gathering is going to be in Tahiti for the regatta that they do, and that's always a fun place to kind of like meet up with folks. So if you can make that, that's a big gathering. I don't know. It's usually in the middle of June, so it's about a month out.
June.
Yeah, I think it's called the Tahiti Morea Regatta. And then, of course, you have more events in Fiji. There's a big gathering every year in September in Fiji, and then there's also one in Tonga. So we have some events there also for you to meet up with other folks. Oh, okay. So here it is. The Tahiti Morea sailing rendezvous is July 3rd. There you go.
We might make that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be fun for you.
Right.
All right. And anything broke or everything is good for you?
You know, it was really good. Robert did a fantastic job making sure that everything was, up to snuff.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, our first squall, which we were sort of blindsided by, because we thought first squall, it's a squall, it's going to be short-lived, no problem. Went on for 5 hours. But the problem is that at the beginning of it, the belt to our CPT broke. And the autopilot. And with no problem, because we got a spare, but we couldn't find the spare.
Oh.
So ironic.
Were you able to find it though?
Well, I was able to stitch it together, so it got us through, and then later we could find it.
Okay.
And we even found the old one as well. It's just so ridiculous.
Nice. You too.
All right. And
What?
is there a jerry rig for the belt? Could you
Oh,
use,
yeah.
something else, or is...
Oh no!
Yeah.
Yeah, I was able to sew the belt together, so that got us.
159.
And then within a few days, we actually found the new one that we had as a spare, and later we found the old one that could also have been used.
All right, so you are good for the rest of the Pacific. That's not going to break again. Knock on wood.
No, except we got to Hiva Oa, and the autopilot went berserk. It just won't hold a course anymore.
Oh, it becomes a wobbler.
Is that what they're called? Wobblers.
Wobblers,
wobbler.
yeah, or wandering willy, or many people have different names for the autopilot. Sometimes you have to recalibrate it. It could have gone out of whack because you're, the only other thing is, do you have a gyro compass, right?
Do we have a gyro compass, Robert?
You do usually for the autopilot, and if you put any metal nearby, then that causes it to go berserk too.
Yeah, it's interesting because it was fine all the way until we got to Hiva Oa, so nothing changed. And I've been looking to see if there's anything magnetic around, and then today Robert just stripped everything down. We moved it to different places to see if that made a difference, and then who knows? Anyway, so he's still working on it.
So you got a little gremlin too. All right, that sounds normal. That's boat life.
That's boat life.
This
Yeah.
is boating.
Well, it's so good to hear your voices, and I'm glad you're in Tahuata in a nice anchorage there, tucked in.
We are. Very nice anchorage.
Well, that's good. All right, Margot, thanks for being on the call. Let me go and talk with some other folks. We got Starfish. Starfish, everything good with you? You're just listening in to what you missed this season?
Yes, absolutely. But yeah, no, it's always fun to and enlightening to listen. So we're good.
Okay, copy that. All right, let's talk with Steve on some Tuesday. Meghan, how are you guys doing?
Hi, D-Bar.
Good morning.
Hey,
At least
good morning.
morning where
Good
we
morning.
are.
Yeah, good morning.
We are anchored in Anaho Bay,
Anaho Bay.
on the north side of Nuku Hiva. It's beautiful,
Yes.
and we'll probably stay for another day, maybe two, before we head to Pua, I think is the name of Uvapau. Okay, that
thank
makes
you.
more sense. And then on to the Tuamotus after that. So all is well. We're nothing major is
Nothing to report.
broken. We're
Nothing.
sort of struggling every day to, for the solar to try to keep up with the power that we need. I was hoping that would be more plentiful, but it is what it is. The one thing I guess I would add for Ocean Posse information to share is just on the dogs. We have discovered, and the veterinarian here has confirmed that filling out all the paperwork and getting the inspection in Tahiti is absolutely required, whether or not you plan to disembark the dogs ever.
Yeah, and you need to do it well in advance. We're told that we should have done it like 6 months ago.
Yeah, and
oh, wow. Okay.
the veterinarians even seemed. I could be reading this wrong because there's always translation, but she seemed a little off-put.
Yeah.
When I told her, hey, I thought we didn't have to do anything with the dogs because they're never going to come off the boat. And she she corrected us quite sternly.
Yeah. And we haven't figured out yet. I mean, it was just a one-liner. Well, when are you going to be in Tahiti? And you need to get here as soon as possible.
As soon as possible.
As soon as possible. So we haven't quite figured out if that means we need to head there now or we can continue on our trip. And then as our scheduled plan to be there at the end of June.
But your dogs are chipped, right? And
yeah.
They have
everything
thing that they could possibly need titer, rabies, chip, parasites.
Yeah. Okay, so look, it's the South Pacific. They're very crazy about it.
Yeah.
At the same time, I always ask, do you check every migratory bird as they fly into your country?
Well, right. Yeah.
Is every whale checked? Every dolphin, every pilot whale, you check them for diseases too as they swim through your waters?
Yeah, you're
Now, don't say that, but
Yeah. Dietmar, go easy on the common sense, okay? Yeah, no, we feel the same way, and it's like we can't imagine for a second that pets coming in on cruisers' boats are a source of rabies, but okay.
No, they're a source of income.
Yes.
They're not a source of rabies.
Yeah.
They're a source of income.
Yes.
They don't always seem to appreciate that, but at any rate, our only concern was that she was going to demand that we come straight to Tahiti, and so far that's not been the case. We've been told we have to update every time we go to a new anchorage. So I just send her a one-line email every anchorage, and so far she hasn't responded to any of those. And we're hoping no news is good news, and off we go.
Well, worst comes to worst. I mean, you just take a puddle jump flight there, right?
Well, you can't fly with the dogs.
The dogs can't get on a plane.
So there you go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the whole thing is a little.
Maybe she's angling to fly to the Marquesas because sometimes some of the big super yachts they fly in the vets and you pay for them.
Yeah.
So that could be the other one.
She apparently is coming to Nuku Hiva in late June. For other, I got this on one of the other forums that I'm on WhatsApp. but we'll be gone by then. You know,
Yeah.
we'll be out of the Marquesas within probably 3 days or 4. So
Yeah. And then, you know, the other common sense question is how many dogs have brought any diseases on a vessel into French Polynesia
Yeah.
on a small cruising yacht?
Yeah.
That's a follow-up question. None of them ever want to answer that.
yeah,
Just
Yeah.
to say, well, because of our protocols, right?
Yeah.
right.
Like,
But I think, you know, if anything, just we update the information on Ocean,
Yeah.
Ocean Posse.
Oh,
That,
yeah. Yeah, I'll put it in.
Awesome.
I certainly will put that in.
Yeah,
And
because
sorry for
you guys weren't the only ones, by the way. We got that like multiple sources
Yeah,
told
Pacific
us
puddle
as long as
jumpers.
you're never going to take the dogs off the boat, you're good to go. There's nothing else to do.
Yeah.
So we heard that everywhere and relied on it.
Yeah.
And we just want to make sure it doesn't happen to anyone else because that is not correct.
Yeah, and it's just not your information, Deepmar. Pacific puddle jumper said the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. Now we know. And
Yep.
You're taking the brunt. You're taking the Marquesan or Tahitian wrath from the veterinary. So,
Yeah. we've done a lot of legwork. I think, you know, with the plants, the dogs, the
Yeah.
testing the lines in the water.
What
Where are your
about
test
the
rats?
plants?
Oh yeah, the
What
plants are
about-
fine. He just came on and inspected them and made sure that they didn't have bugs. He, you know, checked the soil and everything was
Yeah.
fine. So no fees or anything. But you know, we just had to fill out a lot of paperwork for it.
Forms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Copy that. All right. Well, I'll definitely update that on the pets. So, and had you declared them, then you would have been okay, or you would still have to go to Tahiti first?
You still have to go to Tahiti. Every pet coming in on a boat requires to be inspected. And the way she said it to me is it has to be inspected by me. Like there's no other veterinarian anywhere in French Polynesia that's allowed to inspect them except her.
Yeah, and so we will have to make an appointment, and she'll come on board just like the plant guy did.
Yep.
Yeah.
And her name is
Because
Scanga, Scanga.
No, I saw that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, once you have your pets legally in French Polynesia, I will reach out to her only afterwards because I may not be as kind as you are.
Yeah, afterwards sounds good. We keep all of our frustration to ourselves.
No, lay them on me. That's what I'm here for. I got elephant skin. I lived in New York City for long enough to be yelled at.
There you go. Yeah.
All right, good. And everything else is good? You enjoying
Yeah,
it?
everything else is fine. You know, the only source of any stress at all is the dog thing, and so we just sort of, you know, going with it and hoping everything goes fine.
Yeah, which has now made us proactive. Okay,
everything else is great.
Do with Samoa, what are we gonna do with Fiji? You know,
yeah,
so we're
Cook
already,
Islands.
Yeah, we're already proactively gonna just double check, you know, with the other countries and make sure.
Yeah, good. All
Yeah.
right. Okay. Does anybody else have anything they wish to add for today's call? Anything I can answer? How's the weather? Any big swells coming up on you? Not looking bad right now.
I have one thing. Just
Yeah.
to let you know, I know you worked with Sonia on Salacia, and she just took off on Sunday. I gave her the link to this, and she was said she would be here, but hopefully she'll be joining us in the next few weeks.
Yeah, it's usually when people leave, you know, the first 2 days, 3 days, you need to find your rhythm, and so to just get into a sleep rhythm that works. After about 3 days, then with enough crew, it gets going. But Peter, the other thing is, you know, consider yourself lucky if you don't take crew, because you too will find a rhythm of 2-3 hours for night watches that would work with you.
Yeah.
We also, I'm going to anecdotally tell you what another boat did. They just slept through the night watches. They bought a radar detector for cars and pointed it forward. So basically, if somebody was turning on the radar, they would get an alert. So, but you know, that's not what I would recommend. But some people did that. So
Yeah. Well, the solo guys all have to do that. So
yeah.
And
So
it just
then
had a
the other
kiss,
one is
and
then
they would sleep all night.
Yeah.
Wow, that's courageous.
Well,
all right.
if you're going downwind, right? Only thing you're going to hit is something in front of you.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
what's it going to be? If it's going to be a container, you're not going to see it anyhow at night.
I agree.
And if it's another boat, you basically are, when somebody does the radar sweep, your radar alarm would go off, right?
Yeah, no, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, and we actually do sleep on watch, just never more than like an hour at the most. So
Well,
interesting.
I mean, the other one is the egg timer, so 20-minute egg timer.
Yep,
Right?
yep, exactly.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah.
I love the radar detector idea, though. That's great.
That's clever.
Yeah, and you just go to a car shop and buy a radar detector. So
Yeah.
and obviously, don't turn it on in your crowded Anchorage with.
Yeah. Well, and wouldn't your own radar set that off?
I don't know. We're gonna have to try that.
Yeah. Now I'm curious.
Sounds like Peter's gonna be our guinea pig for that one.
Well, maybe. Yeah. Well, put it right under it, so the radar is kind of going out sideways. Maybe it won't hit it. I don't know. We'll
And
see.
do you have one of those modern radars that you can set sweep times and all that?
No.
Okay.
Definitely not.
Yeah, the new Quantums. I got one installed in my boat. You can actually set it to like turn on and off every 20 minutes and do a sweep.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. But that goes with your egg timer then. So 20 minutes, radar sweep, look around, go back to sleep. If you can't find crew. Robert and Margot, did you guys have enough sleep? What was your watch schedule?
Yeah, we had a crew person. So yes, we did so there were three of us, and we did 4 hours on, 4 hours off, 8 hours off during the night, and during the day it was just whatever, and that worked really well.
Good. And Peter, do you have enough room for 2 crew, or you want just 1?
I've got room for 2 if they're a couple or don't mind sharing a queen size bed with somebody.
Okay, got it. All right. And Megan and Steve, what did you guys do? You had your dogs on watch?
Yeah, the dogs. Yeah, no, we just did it ourselves. We double-handed it, and we made it work. We were doing basically 3-hour shifts, and if we were well out at sea, and I use over the horizon AIS, so you can look out and see there's no ship within 100 miles, and then we'd sleep 45 minutes or so.
Okay.
And it worked fine.
Yeah. All right, good.
It took us about a week to recover and and feel normal again after we arrived, but it worked fine.
Well, the only weather-related incident you're gonna have right now is what they call Maramuru or Muru Maras, and those are the heavy winds that are coming when systems below that are in the 40s and 50s create high swell and high wind situations. And there's one happening this week, not in the Tuamotus, in the southern Tuamotus, you're going to get winds up to 30, 35. But if you go to the Ocean Pacific Tuamotu section, we have some anchorages where you want to hang out when those wind effects, when those systems roar through.
Oh, good to know. Okay.
Yeah, so they are under the Tuamotu sections, and they have a special color. So those are known anchorages where if it blows 30, 35, at least you're not going to have a lot of swell because you're basically behind a big reef. Right?
Okay. Is that where is that under routes?
Hold on, let me find that for you guys. I'll just look it up right now. The other thing that you will have to do, and I'm sure you've read that already, is the floating of your anchor chain.
Yes.
All right. So
I did look at your page about how to do that. I've never done it before, but I looked at it.
Yeah, you'll get better at it.
Yeah.
The first time is always the hardest. So here are all the different passes. So if there's a big swell, it will always flow out of these passes, right?
Okay.
So this, for example, is the pass of the Whakarawhas. But if you go up here, the Tuamotu anchorages, there we have for you indicated the ones that are gonna, so click on here, hopefully loads. These are the different passes that people have gone through.
Okay.
But if you scroll all the way down, we have for you these anchorages. So these are the heavy wind anchorages in the different
Oh,
two motus,
okay.
right? Because they are going to be as close to the reef. So if you zoom in,
Yep.
most of them you tuck in behind those little motus, and that's where you're going to have significant letter. They're called maramu winds.
Okay.
And in those anchorages, you're going to have significant less fetch than, let's say, here on the other side of the motu, where basically you have 20 miles of wind fetch going across.
Yeah. And that's your recommended route across the two motus there, obviously, too, right?
It's a route. I mean, you can do anything. The big thing is for you how far south you can point from the Marquesas.
Yep.
And after about, and you have 90 atolls, but one atoll looks not that much different after another. So after about 7, they become symbiotic, so to speak.
Yeah, yeah.
But this is the route that we did. So
Okay.
You can jump off earlier. You can go. Rangiroa is very commercial. Fakarava, a lot of boats always hang out down here in this path because it's a spectacular path.
Rangiroa, I think, even has fuel, right?
Yeah, a lot of these places you can get fuel with jerry cans.
Okay.
Even in Makimo, I think we were able to get fuel right in here. There's little gas stations here. So you'll be able to get fuel here. Rauria, that's a fun one. That's where you can make landfall and you feel like Tor Heyerdahl, because this is where the Kontiki actually crashed in.
Oh, nice.
Where they made landfall. So over here on this side, there on the outside of the reef, there's a little plaque to Tor Heyerdahl.
Nice.
So I always say, go where the wind takes you. There you go.
Yep.
And then the tidal stations, you only have 3, so you're going to have to extrapolate basically slack tide from these numbers. And there's a calculator, or you can just look at the Tuamotu passes and look at the offsets that we've put here.
Oh, perfect. And you want to go in at slack tide? Is that?
Yeah, as slack as possible. As I said, if you have a lot of wind, then the passes will always flow out.
Yep.
Right. And the trick for you is obviously when you come out of it, you want to have steerage, so you don't want to be thrown out by it.
Mm-hmm.
You want to actually motor through. So it's not uncommon for you to pick up speed over ground. If you're doing it the wrong time, you may go 10, 15 knots getting out of it because it's flowing that hard, right?
Wow, it's really that. How much current is running in there when it's really running?
4 or 5 knots.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So what we have here on the two motors, here's the time offset that we calculated, but this is approximate, right?
Yeah.
So if you look at the time offset, so you look for how when it's low tide or high tide, and then you add these minutes.
Gotcha.
There is a calculator too, but nothing is really all that accurate because each one of them has its own water capacity to fill and outflow.
Yeah.
Like the teacups.
Okay.
All right, so that's what we got for you. Does anybody else have any questions, anything at all before we close today's call? Please come now.
I guess just on those, just figure out the slack tide per the way you just described, and going in and out should both be at slack tide. Like I confess I'm a little intimidated.
Well, the first one, the Rarioa one is fairly easy.
Okay.
It's wide, and you just have to, let's go down here. This is the Rauria Pass. You're just going to go in, and then you're going to make a turn an immediate right and go between these bommies down to this anchorage.
I'm not seeing. Are you sharing?
Oh, sorry. Let me share again. Share. So here is, if you follow the path of going to Rauroia first.
Yep.
This path is wide open, as you can see.
Okay.
So you'll go through here, and then you turn as soon as you're through, you just turn right and you wiggle your way through here.
Okay.
So
And
the
then-
bright ones, those are the ones that are gonna hurt you, but the darker ones you can go over. So just wiggle your way through here, and then you just go to this anchorage here, right outside town, and anchor right here.
All right. And avoid the bright ones. And then I guess normally we've been talking about putting, like Megan will be up on the bow as a spotter. Is that what people normally do?
Yeah, so because you're coming on the 2.5, 3 day passage, you may not have the chance, but you can still look at it, try to go here. The first one I would go in like at daylight, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I think I'm gonna go with A.
And then stay in the bow and use your polarized
And it's
glasses
totally fine
to
if
look for
you
bommies.
don't want to
Okay.
give me fashion advice.
But you can literally you can just use the open CPN and save the waypoints and then transfer them to your chart plotter.
Okay.
Because the bommies will not have moved on the satellite imagery, right? They're going to be where they're going to be.
Okay.
Are we
They may
talking
have
about
just
the
grown a little bit.
spotting?
So just
Yeah.
weave your way through dark water here, right?
Okay.
And once you're in, then you'll see. Then you can make your way across when the daylight is good. Right?
Okay. We also, I've played it with OpenCPN some, but I haven't become an expert at all. And I have a Navionics subscription that also has satellite imagery. Have we heard, is there any reason why that's not just as good?
I have no idea. You're going to have to find out how Navionics looks.
Yep.
And how accurate they are. Right?
Okay. All righty.
Plus, these work whether you have internet or not once you download them.
Right.
Yep.
Okie doke.
All right. Anybody else got anything for the call? Please come now. Well, all right. Well, I wish you guys a happy stay in the Marquesas and a good onward voyage. And we'll meet again here next week. Please stay on these calls. And if you come across anybody that needs any info, just let us know and we'll try to get it to you. Have a great week, everybody, and stay clean.
Thank you,
Please
Dietmar.
keep it clear. Thanks,
Bye.
guys. Thank you, Robert. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, so that was I saw that episode. That was what I was telling you about the downloading the charts because it's super like sketch.
Yeah.
The reefs and the reef glasses and the. So what's the plan there?
Well, he agreed with you being up on the thing and then he was just talking about plotting the waypoints on the way in.
Super slow.
Yeah. Yeah, because that, like, he was just showing. Hang on, it must have been in here. Whoa. Their website just kind of kills me. Traversing the Tuamotus. I think this is what he was just looking at. Yeah, we're gonna have to be. And the other thing is calculating slack tide for when it's safe to go in.
Yeah.
Where were these anchorages? Maybe it's these. Or passes.
That's where I told you about that float.
Yeah, floating the
I learned
anchor
about
chain.
that, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, here's what he was just showing. These are all videos. He was just showing me some imagery of. Where did he find that?
This is going to be really good content.
Yeah.
That's why it's like right now, it's like, I just want to like go on with my day,
Okay, here's what he was just showing me. So, yeah, like on these, where's the one this shows you each pass, and then it's got the time offset estimated to guess when is slack tide, so that when you can go in. But this is the one he was just showing. So you got to figure out the slack tide so that you're entering at slack tide, and then you come in, and then it's these, he was calling these bommies. But you have to make sure that you stay in the dark water and then go around them, which, like, this is, like, they're all about the open CPN, and I guess they're never going to say, oh, yeah, Navionics
well,
are
then
good
maybe
too.
that's why it's good to have an extra day to just make sure we're.
Yeah. Because like look at where's. Oh, I don't know. Let's look at this one. So this, if you also go to satellite, there's the satellite.
Yeah. But that's
right?
the app that you have.
Right. Exactly. But it's like satellite imagery is satellite imagery.
It says unsurveyed area though.
Right. That's why you have to use the satellite. But I don't know. I think I'll spend some more time with the OpenCPN, and like it can't be all that confusing. It's just I know it's the kind of thing I'm gonna have to sit there for hours on the laptop.
Yeah.
Figuring out how it all works and downloading the right stuff. But the route that he took, that was the one on the last page. Yeah, like they've got, I guess, I don't know about every single, like a lot of these atolls sort of mapped out with the offsets. Like it's an amazing resource. But yeah, like you said, it's sketchy.
Do a lot of damage to your boat.
Oh my God. This is where blue water sailors earn their confidence and refine their seamanship. Defined by each atoll as a lagoon surrounded by a reef.
Let's go.
All right. All right, Megan's
Well,
had it.
I want to, like, we can spend a whole day.
Yeah.
Like, you can have a whole day for that, and I will clean, and I'll do all the things. So, I asked... Oh! Sorry. Craig, can you hear me now? I was asking you guys for fashion advice. So, I've got A... These are A pair. These are B pair. Now these ones match the most, but I don't think they look that great with this dress. So this is B pair. And this is C pair. So I'm kind of leaning towards A. Steve, can you help me with my fashion plan?
Yeah.
Okay. And I asked the crew, but Kirk's like, he can't give me fashion advice. He's like, just doing, okay, so A.
Okay.
He's biting his lip.
Oh my God.
B.
Okay.
C.
Let me see A again. I think A.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Because like the black, the white, the
Yeah.
yellow.
It all works very nicely.
It works very nicely. Okay. All right. Steve, help me plan that. Oh, Craig said C. All right. Well, Captain Steve said A. So Captain Steve's, he wins. But thank you, Craig. I promise to wear C. I promise to wear C soon. I promise.
All right.
Ah! I should take all three and do a fashion change. I think that, Craig, I like your way of thinking. It's-
Craig's a smart man.
You're a smart man. I wonder if you can leave the dogs in here. All right, guys. We are gonna go ashore and hopefully get some food. So that is the plan. We will be back. You guys probably heard we were on our call with the Ocean Posse, and we were learning about the Tuamotus, which is where we're going to be heading when we leave here. No. We'll be going to Upau. We've now learned how to say it. Upau, I think is what it's called. There, and then we'll be going to the Tuamotus, which is like really scary. You guys should totally Google it. It's like the most beautiful place, but getting in and out of these little coral reefs is like crazy. So we have a little bit of studying to do before we go there.
Hey everybody. Boy, that came on. All right, we're back, and we have found out that we are clearly destined to not eat restaurant meals. So we went ashore, had a very nice time. We visited the church.
So stinking gorgeous here.
Insanely
Like,
beautiful.
Just ridiculously beautiful.
Off the charts beautiful. We cruised the whole bay. We're going to share the harbor cruise with you tomorrow. Let's plan to do that at 11 o'clock our time. That's going to be 1:30 Los Angeles, 4:30 Eastern. And I'll schedule that and set it up. And yeah, insanely beautiful. But there is a little restaurant on land, which is just run by, you know, a couple that cooks for whoever.
He has like human-looking bones around his neck.
You think they're human?
Well, I don't know, but it's very intimidating.
But yeah, you have to have a reservation, primarily because she has to know how much food to prepare, and they're closed on Mondays, so we weren't getting anything today anyway. But it goes with the thing. We've now gone ashore so many times trying to get a restaurant meal and failed that it's starting to feel normal. So, anywho, that's what's going on.
So I'm making lunch, as usual.
Yes.
Really looking forward to not this.
I'm getting it right now.
Okay, sorry, I won't say it 6 times. It's so full.
Yeah, I sure didn't see anywhere to take trash ashore. Like, so how long are we going to be stuck with having trash on? Oh, again.
Well, look down the steps.
Yeah, I mean, this is leaking shit already.
I know, that's why I was saying, you can't do trash.
Oh, god damn. Ugh. Oh, it's leaking something disgusting all over. Ugh. Whoa. What the hell? Oh. It smells completely heinous.
Yeah, that's why yeah.
Oh. disgusting in here, the flies figured it out immediately. Like the whole bag is covered in flies.
It's the dog doo-doo. Which I'm thinking I'm just gonna throw it overboard.
I think that's the way to go.
Yeah. Which I hate to say that, but
I don't think it's a big deal. There's something out there's food scraps or something in,
no, there is. There's food in there.
which we're not
But
supposed to
I
put
didn't
food
want
over.
to throw it in the bay. Like
I know that I know.
they're really strict about that, so I don't want to do that.
I know.
I got these Polynesian avocados. It's like so much work for it's like eating an artichoke. So much work for like so little of anything. Not even that great, but I need to be wasted. Absolutely. Alright, Steve, you're not getting any avocado on your burger.
Yeah, I heard they were in trouble.
It's the biggest pain in the ass in the world. Well, not the whole world, but. Oh. Oh. Someone already had a little issue down here. Damn it.
What?
No, one of the little guys has bad diarrhea.
Oh God.
I feel horrible.
I have to try one more bag on that garlic. It smells.
You always maybe put it in the front of the boat.
Yeah. Then we're downwind of it. But
It's there's food in there too. It's
Yeah.
not. There's food. It's not dog. It's dog stuff.
no, it doesn't smell like dog shit. It smells more like rotting food.
Like I feel bad about dumping it in the harbor. You know what I mean? I think that would be a bad thing.
No, they specifically tell you not
Yeah.
to do that.
Like you can get fined.
Then your food scraps wash up on their beach.
Yeah.
Like, that's not cool. Like, you know, we have to figure it out. There's got to be somewhere cruisers take their garbage.
Well, they don't stay at anchorages long enough. You know? Is that you, buddy? You having some problems back here? I know, Bubba. The last onion.
Looks like we needed to walk a little bit farther to get to Roger's house.
Oh, that wasn't Roger?
No, it wasn't.
Man.
That was the Anaho Bay fruit stand.
Oh.
Roger's a little bit farther.
What if we would have asked the lady if she was Roger and she would have said yes? If anyone's wondering what we're talking about, if anyone is wondering what we're talking about, so we just went on land to hopefully go and have a restaurant meal. There's one restaurant here, and we were told by this. There's a website, and I'm sure you guys, for your other sailing channels that you follow or you work with, it's called No Foreign Land, and this website app is like perfect for cruisers. It tells, you know, all the cruisers, like you can look up anchorages and kind of just like, you know, local knowledge about who and what and where to go and what not to do, and, you know, just how to conduct yourself in the anchorage, and hey, don't talk to this person, or, you know, whatever. Like, it's just really good knowledge, called No Foreign Land, for anybody that's in this lifestyle. And so on No Foreign Land, it mentioned that there's one restaurant, which we attempted to go and have lunch today, but they're closed on Mondays, of course. And then we made a reservation for tomorrow at lunch after our dinghy cruise, harbor cruise. So we read that there's a dude named Roger who sells fruits and vegetables up the way. So we went for a little walk, and when we thought we had got to Roger's house, they only had fruits. It was a nice lady. Turns out we didn't walk far enough to get to Roger's house, and we went to the fruit lady.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So where are the bananas?
Oh, in the dinghy.
All right, don't forget them. So we got a bunch of bananas, which if you've seen the outside of the boat, Steve has a very, very strict sign that says no bananas allowed on the boat. We're always followed that rule. But because bananas are pretty much the only fruit you can get in the South Pacific, we have now waived that rule when we are in an anchorage. When we're crossing an ocean, we have no bananas because of Steve's folklore. But
well, you asked.
when we are
Just trying to figure you out.
No.
When we're at an anchorage, or we're, you know, local motoring or local sailing, then we can have bananas, says Steve.
You're not bright enough. How's that?
Whoa.
Well, you asked. I know you're not going to put that on the air, and I hope not. But my answer is, I'm complex, and I'm deep, and I can be hurt easily, and I react spontaneously.
So what's for lunch today? I'm going to have a wrap again, because I thought I was going to make a salad, but most of my lettuce went bad. So I'm going to make another wrap with chicken that I grilled yesterday. Steve, again, will have a burger. Shocking. Steve has a burger for every meal. Well, not every meal, but if he could have a burger for every meal, he would. So whatever, like this, you can see this lettuce that I have that didn't go bad. With avocados.
The only thing that can stop us is someone telling the truth. As long as they don't
And
have any
Steve's
hope,
burger will have
the city's
two
out.
kinds of onions. No jalapenos today. Maybe I'll cut a few. I have a few left, but I'm saving them. We're running low on vegetables, but I think an Upau is the name how you say it. Upau. There's a little grocery store that we're going to be able to hit up, so that's good news.
Everyone will realize things can change. You need to stop.
Is that how you say it, Steve? Upau? Upo?
Pow? Who? Yeah, Pow. I think that's right.
Upau?
Our children deserve to be safe.
You had 20 years to fix things.
Enough is enough.
Because I don't know if it's you that's sick. I think it's Colonel. But I'm sorry, buddy. We're not. I'm not giving you any table scraps today because you're making a mess back there. And I don't know if you guys know this. I briefly mentioned it. I didn't even know this, and some of our friends who, like, were like, "Where the heck are you guys?" And we said, "Oh, we're in Marquesas Islands, specifically Daniels Bay." Googled it, and one of the Survivor seasons was filmed there, and then there was a handful of other Survivor episodes or seasons that were filmed in the Marquesas as well, and the Tuamotu is where we're going. So, Marquesas Islands, which I had never heard of them. I've never watched. I don't watch a lot of TV. Steve watched Survivor. You ran the dishwasher, Steve?
Yeah.
Yeah, but look at this avocado. It's yellow. I mean, it tastes good. It tastes just like an avocado, but it's strange. You're in luck, Steve. You're going to get some avocado on your burger. Steve,
Yeah.
I have a favor. Will you take those blankets off the lifelines?
Yeah.
There's one on this side and the other side. This one's my favorite plate. I have all these fun plates on board just because I like fun, nice, quirky stuff. But like, how cute is that? It's a pufferfish. And this was it all. All of our plates are mismatched, but like from the same designer. Sorry, buddy. You gotta move. You gotta move. All right, lunch is served. Oh, so over cooking. So over cooking and cleaning. There you go.
By doing the dishes.
No, I know. Thank you. That was really awesome. Thank you. All right. Chilly tonight.
Sounds good to me.
Here, can I get this?
I couldn't possibly.
All right. All right. Dear God, thank you for this wonderful meal. Thank you for this wonderful place that we have the privilege to visit. Thank you for this wonderful life that you provided us. Thank you for our health. Thank you for our safety. We pray for Hank and Carter and Sarah and Gannon and little baby. And help us to work on our hearts and be, what does Herbert say?
Instruments.
Be instruments of your word.
Instruments of your word.
Be instruments of your word. We hope to have a safe last couple days here, moving into the next passage. We love you. Amen. All right.
Amen. All right, pugs. Yeah, I got everything in one trash bag now.
Yeah.
But like it's full.
Yep.
Like, where do people take it? If you can't
It's
you know?
this next place we're gonna. Actually, the Anchorage that she was saying, that has a market. That has. It's like, it's not as beautiful as this, but it's like around here. It's right here. I mean, I just say we keep it until we get to Oop How,
Yeah.
which.
Oh, I see. The next bay over.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a guidebook. Yeah, so.
Yeah, trash, recycling, and motor oil, batteries, plastic, can't. So,
So, Paul has trash,
all right.
immigration, and shopping. Nice. All right, so we'll do it when we get.
Immigration.
I mean, that's
Really?
the immigration officer, port of entry,
Wow.
Maybe it's for something else. I don't know.
Okay, and it looks like there's a few restaurants. There's fuel.
Hey, look, power.
Yeah.
It's not in here. Look.
It's yeah, it shows it here.
Are we going to the Disappointment Islands?
I've never even heard of that.
It's on the way to the Tuamotus. Right here on the outskirts.
Guess we could.
I mean, it sounds kind of cool.
Is this the avocado?
Mm-hmm. Is it okay?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I salted it.
It's good.
But it's different.
Yeah, it is. Different flavor. Good. And it's yellow instead of green.
It's so fun. So what do you think we're going to be eating tomorrow at the restaurant? It's Marquesian food.
Yeah.
If they offer fish, I'm going to tell them no fish. Probably goat. I bet you they're going to have goat on the menu. Goat and pig.
What do you think about that? I wonder if it's like you don't get to choose, you know, you eat what I made you.
I have a feeling it's going to be that.
If we don't want fish, could be a problem.
I mean, I'm not gonna risk getting poisoned.
No, I'm with you.
Okay. I for a minute thought you were gonna be like, be cool, Megan.
Oh God, no.
All right.
Not even fish.
And like, we don't know what they're putting in the food. I kind of like honestly want to just maybe forgo it. If there's some way we can go on shore and be like, We should have asked to see the menu. In hindsight.
We should go back. Just tell her we're gonna leave.
I have a feeling it. When I was in Tibet, that's how it was. Every restaurant you sit down, you eat what they put in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
And there, everything was yak. Everything. Yak butter, yak meat, yak cheese, yak. Everything was yak.
Mm. Yeah, I'd say probably pretty high odds. She's gonna serve fish.
Yeah.
I should have asked her, do you have a WhatsApp number or something?
So if they were here for Survivor and they ate fish, they also all have got poisoning.
I don't know.
I know you don't know, but
I mean, the show would. They wouldn't have let him do that if that, you know. They did protect him from getting hurt. Or sick. Like, they medically evacuated people a few times.
like why?
One guy, I remember, fell face first into the fire and caught himself, so his face didn't go in, but both of his hands went boom
my
down
God.
into the hot coals, burned the shit out of himself. Yeah, and they airlifted him out.
If we're gonna keep her, I'm not gonna fold the cans because this is what's ripping the bags. So don't crush them. All right,
That was good, babe.
chili
Thank
for
you.
dinner.
Yeah, the next bay over is like a hot spot, man.
What do you mean?
There's just so many things.
There's so many what?
So many things. Fresh garden produce vendors, post office, bank.
We could pick up anchor and go there now. Maybe in the morning. If we're gonna plan on staying here a little bit longer, we could go there.
That's not a bad idea. After the harbor tour, maybe just we go there tomorrow.
Or is there a way we could do the harbor tour earlier?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I haven't scheduled it yet.
You know what I'm saying? It's like,
Do it at 10.
or even earlier.
Okay. Or we could even, I got so much good footage today and I'm going to shoot drone footage. So that could be the tour
Okay,
instead
I mean,
of doing it live.
like I'm down. I you know, once we get to Uapua, I know I'm saying it wrong. There's markets there. There's stuff there. So I'm not like hard up to eat in a restaurant because I know that'll happen once we get to Uapua. You're the boss, Steve. You whatever you want.
Well, we could go to Uapau tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll
I just
fly-
need a good night's sleep. That's.
Yeah.
I slept like shit. I think I'm gonna take a nap after I'm done.
Honestly, I'd kind of like to go tomorrow. Like,
Let's go tomorrow then.
you know, let's get moving.
Let's go in the morning then.
All right.
So redo. It'll be a virtual harbor tour.
It'll be a drone harbor tour.
Drone harbor tour.
Yeah, I'm looking on Uapau. It's much less remote. I mean, it's still remote, but there's 2 or 3 different places to anchor and places to get rid of your trash.
So, if anyone's listening right now, Steve and I think we might leave here tomorrow morning as opposed to staying. Just because we now have a trash problem. We don't have anywhere to put our trash and they're leaking over the back steps. And they're causing flies. And you're probably asking, so what did you guys do about trash previously? So in all the other bays that we're in had some sort of trash disposal, a place to take your trash. And this place, well, actually, sorry, Daniels Bay did not. So we've been collecting trash now since the minute we got to Daniels Bay, which is now, what is that, a week? And usually, if we're in the middle of the ocean, we just throw like the food scraps and anything that is biodegradable overboard into the water. And then anything that's not, like cans, glass, bottles, anything like that, that all gets put in the trash cans and like compacted. And then when we were crossing the ocean, anything biodegradable went overboard in food. And then once we got to where we're going, so we wouldn't have a smell problem, we wouldn't have a fly problem because you're not storing decomposing trash. But we have that now in the back of our boat, which it's not pleasant to deal with. So I think Steve and I, we're talking about it right now, is we might weigh anchor in the morning. And since Steve got some really good drone footage of this anchorage.
No, not yet, but I'm going to.
What?
Not yet.
What do you mean? Oh, you haven't done the anchor. Oh, but you're going to get. But you got good footage.
I have not flown the drone here at all.
Okay, no, I know. I got that. You're going to fly the drone.
Yes.
But we did get really good video of
yes.
this anchorage. So I think that might be the way to go.
Yeah. And once we get over there, there's one little port that's kind of more developed and industrial, and you can get rid of your trash. There's a few little, not really restaurants, but like food trucks.
Sweet. As long as I can do one meal without cooking. I know that sounds just like
vegetable stall.
Yeah, we need onions. We're all out of onions. We don't need potatoes.
Yeah, there's a few things to choose from. And
don't forget the bananas out of the dinghy, Steve.
I will.
I don't want those to.
Oh, I get them, but I mean, they're not going to be ready to eat for 5 days, so.
Those were a little bit more advanced than the ones that I bought. They're probably like 4 days.
Yeah, my point is I don't have to get them right now, right?
No.
Oh, wow. Fantastic anchorage. Very scenic and quiet. Only 2 boats.
What?
Water very green with poor visibility.
Where?
The place with all it, where we can throw trash and everything away.
In Uapua?
Mm-hmm. Anchor chain snagged on rocks. Gotta be careful pulling it up. Yikes.
Where the dog pads? Where'd you hang them?
The diapers?
Mm-hmm.
Up front. Probably dry.
I'm gonna go take a nap. Hopefully I can try to catch up on some
Good
sleep.
idea.
You know, I'm not kidding when I slept like maybe 2 hours last night.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It was horrible. I'll take the dogs. I know you're not going to be mad about that. Hey guys, I'm going to go take a nap. I've got no sleep last night. And so I'm going to try to catch up on sleep. So
you for calling AAA. Your call may be monitored and recorded for quality assurance purposes. Please enter the extension of the person you are trying to reach. Please enter the extension of the person you are trying to reach. Thank you for choosing the Auto Club. How can I help you?
Yeah, hi there. Is either Ebony or Samantha there, please?
So you're just calling into an 800 number, so I'm not sure. Do you have any last names or anything for me? So I could.
I think I have Ebony's last name.
And are you from California or somewhere else?
California. Ebony Young.
Okay. What's her last name? Yeah. Okay. And are they from an office or?
I'm not sure. This was actually the number Samantha gave me to call, and then it asked me for her extension, which she didn't give me that. She was working on something for me and was going to call me today, but I didn't hear from her.
Okay. I do have a direct line for Ebony.
Okay.
No extension, but I see a direct line.
Okay. Yeah, let me get that, please.
Okay, it says area code 310
Mm-hmm.
937 3058.
Okay.
So she's from Manhattan Beach.
Yep, that makes sense.
Office.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Bye. Quality assurance purposes.
Welcome to the voicemail box of Ebony Young. Please record your message after the tone. When you're finished recording.
Well, how you guys doing? So, here's what I just fixed. This was the furling line. Look at this. That is not supposed to look like that. And I got quite a few years of good service out of this before what happened is the sheath just chafed all the way through and then came loose. But the core is the strong part, and that part did not break. So I give it credit for that. I mean, this line is at least 3, I bet more than 3, I bet 4 or 5 years old. And it just finally gave up the ghost. So that's what I was doing out there on the mast, is replacing that line on the furler. And the way that works is when you pull the sail out, which I'm about to do to get it furled up the right. Hey Craig, how are you, man? Good to see you. And I sent you an email a little while ago. Check that. And yeah, it does look like it can rain here. It kind of does that every day. It seems like that's just an afternoon thing around here. Not every single day, but I would say most days. It's an open question as to whether we're going to get a little sprinkle or kind of a real rainstorm. It's kind of looking a little bit like maybe a real rainstorm right now because it's so cloudy and foggy. But yeah, you know, all in all, looking pretty good. So yeah, I'm just working on fixing this line on the furling line. You know, that's not how a rope is supposed to look. Look how ragged out that is. But like I was saying, I got probably 4 or 5 good years of it out of it. And then the way I always deal with old line on here, a lot of this on the end is still in perfectly serviceable condition. So I'll end up cutting off the part that's still good and whipping the ends, throwing away the bad part, because you can never have too much spare line around a sailboat. You're always using it for something, even if it's hanging up doggy diapers or whatever. Speaking of which, I think I'm going to go take those in just in case it does rain, because I don't want them getting wet again. But anywho, I'm going to go work on that. Yeah, it definitely looks like something's coming in. I see that comment, Joshua. Yeah, you're actually right. But, you know, like I say, it's kind of a daily thing here. It's just because it's so mountainous in the Marquesas, it's pretty tropical. And so far, of the week and a half we've been here, it's definitely rained more days than it hasn't. So the good news is, at least lately, it's been raining a lot less, so it dries out pretty quickly. So, but yeah, here it comes. I'm gonna go get those doggy diapers in before they get wet again, because they're probably dry. Well, shockingly, they're not all the way dry. So, but I'm gonna have to pull them down anyway because I want to pull that sail out to finish putting this furling line on. Okay, boys and girls, sun's going down and we are gonna sign off for the night. Thank you all very much for coming in, and we really appreciate everybody spending time with us and hanging out. You know, these days when we're not doing anything is not always the most interesting. You know, so what we think we're going to do, we talked about this morning on the live stream as well. Our plans are to live stream when we're doing something active, harbor tours, sailing to a new island, things like that. So, you know, days when we're just anchored and sitting around, we probably won't, because it's not all that active and might even be, you know, hurting channel traffic because people come by and are like, ah, this is nothing. But always open to suggestions and ideas because we're new, we're figuring this out as we go along. We'd love to have any of y'all's thoughts. You know, what do you like? What would you like to see more of? We know people like the harbor tours. I'm working on one of those now. I'm going to do it by video instead of live stream, but it's really good. We have some really great footage of this place. So I'm working on that edit now. Keep an eye out for that. And then tomorrow we have a new episode hitting that's going to be really, really good. So be sure and check that out as well. So we'll see y'all soon. Thank you very much and have a great night. Take it easy, guys. Bye-bye. Thank you, Craig.